Welcome back, Generals, to another Let's Fix Generals 0 Hour to make the best game ever. Good. So regarding this one here, I think the uppercase, the lowercase sentencing looks strange. Every other sentence, every other title sentence, we begin with uppercase. Every English sentence in books and articles begin with uppercase letter. I have no clue why anyone would want to start. I have no clue why programmers suddenly want to begin sentences with lowercase. I will be changing this. The keywords, the text themselves can remain lowercase as we have them elsewhere in texts as well. Yeah, so I think we should start this with uppercase, the sentence, introduce. Yeah, the keyword itself, fine, that can be lowercase. We have this in other areas as well, like here in the code comments, it's lowercase, and I think in our changelogs in the other project, we also have them lowercase. So that's fine, but I think sentences should always start with the uppercase letter. Like, I don't understand why sentences should start with lowercase when the convention everywhere is that sentences in all Latin languages, or most, I don't know all of them, but in most Latin languages, sentences start with an uppercase letter, no matter what the word is. There's an uppercase letter at the start of the sentence. And I have no idea why programmers suddenly want to reinvent the language conventions and start sentences with lowercase. It makes no sense. Why would they do that? It's retarded. It looks like it looks so it looks inconsistent, right? If you have sentences starting with lowercase, it doesn't fit like the universal norm of everything. Like, for example, here, the sentence starts with a capital A. Even this starts with a capital A letter. This starts with a capital. This starts with a capital. What doesn't start with a capital? Here, even this starts with a capital T. Like on the websites here, all the sentences start with capital letters. Why would you change this? It makes no sense. Good. Then let me go to then we go to stash. Yeah, this one. Do reverts. Replace in project code comments. I think think we can also make this uppercase maybe. Oh, it's fine, comments. We create a fix-up commit here, and we write beginning with an uppercase letter. Okay, and the rest we can tweak here. This. I don't know if we should use look at xlat. I think this is fine. Okay, good. Maybe we can also look at some reviews here. Let me go to review Mauler. Oh, author Mauler. Okay. Okay, did he change anything or not? No, he didn't change anything. Okay, never mind then. state machine, just deleting instances. State. Next function. Okay. Okay, so this is AI God states, okay? Okay. And this covers all, or aggressor state, outer state? Yeah, okay. These guys, okay. So it's six in total, right? 3 here. No, 9 even. God, retaliate even. Right here, we have more. What about the AI tunnel network guard state? AI guard, AI tunnel. Oops. Okay. What about the initialization? It does set null. Okay. Right. Place. Generally, we place constructor and destructor above other class functions. missing. Intentional. Okay. Let's see if so he placed them all here at the bottom. So I'm a bit curious here. What's going on with this? It's looks strange. Yeah, that is strange. Why is he not putting it right below the constructor? Oh, it is right below the constructor. Okay, this one is okay. What about this one? This one is placed not below the constructor. Why not? Aha, the constructor is in line, I see. Okay. What about this one? This one is here. It's also in line. But it doesn't... Missing in constructor. Yeah. Okay. Okay. This one is also missing initialization. Okay, it's okay, let me go through all the headers. Here he placed it. So just to verify constructors once more. For null init. So if value is larger equals 0, yeah. This is correct. Does it have to be checking if it's larger or equals 0? Yeah, I think so. Should we do the same here then? Money transaction. But it's not. But this. It already clamps it at 0. This condition is always true because get system font size already clamps to 0. Okay, but otherwise it's technically correct, so I guess it's fine. Okay, what is this here? Fix veteran C gain create crash when an object is created with an upgrade that applies a terrain decal. This change fixes a game crash caused when a unit is created with veteran C and the object has an upgrade unlocked that attempts to apply a terrain decal. This can be reproduced with the chemical suits upgrade of the USA and is likely the reason why the chemical suit upgrade is disabled on USA pilots. When an object is created, the thing factory runs through all of its behavior modules and calls their on create. Now on this note, we should probably actually see chemical suits, pilot suits. Oh, we have it here. Look at that. Okay, and it's already covered. Let me hold on. Oh, now we lost it. Shit. Patch. Pilots. So four. Relates to Survivors / generals game patch. Okay, when an object is created, the Think Factory runs through all of its behavior models and calls their onCreate function. If there is one available, units created with veterancy have the veterancy gain create the module applied to them. This module iterates over all of the object's behavior modules and forces them to update their status. If the chemical suits upgrade or any other upgrade applies, a terrain vehicle is unlocked, it will crash the game. This is because the object's drawable not being applied yet. Normally, the object will get its drawable created and bound to it after the behavior models have been iterated over, but to get around this issue, we create and preset the object's drawable without fully initializing it yet. This then allows modules that would update the drawables to do this, so without crashing the game. Preset drawable. Initially set the drawable without fully initializing it yet. Create the drawable to prevent a crash where behavior models try to initialize drawable data. This predominantly occurs with the veterancy create module when the chemical suits upgrade is unlocked as it tries to set the terrain decal. Set object create. Get drawable. Neutral. Preset drawable. Okay, I understand, yeah. Preset drawable. It's a bit of an unholy function. Initially. Preset drawable. Preset drawable. Get drawable. Preset drawable. Yeah. Reset draw. Okay. Perhaps do else. Else debug crash. Message. Create a drawable to prevent a crash where behavior models try to initialize drawable data. Initialize drawable data. This predominantly occurs with the veteran secret. Send object created. Is this even hit now? Still? Is this now? Is this even still a hit now? I could imagine that now that this always sets the stuff here, and so that this here never hits again. Wait a minute. Yeah. So maybe this can be removed entirely, and it's always now created here. But then we would need to add an assert here that that this must not be null. It's even still hit now. Yeah. Send object created. What is that? Bind object and drawable. I see. Shouldn't we have a check here for existing drawable? the drawbar. Create the drawbar early to prevent crashing when behavior models dot. Okay. Okay, this was updated. Okay. Debug crash. Return part. Looks good. Fix iterator decrement before container begin in countermeasures behavior. code overall doesn't look like it has ever worked properly. I wrote and deleted this earlier since I want another look at it, but the following in theory should work. Code looks good, except that I imagine the original code worked even if that is that. Just checking this again, I realized that the original code does not actually do what it was meant to. Essentially, it will get stuck on the first iterator from the counter measures list and that returns a valid object. And then keep decrementing iterator max till it runs down. So essentially, it never iterates over the possible available flares to see which is the closest to the approaching weapon, and just returns the first flare it comes across from the list. Oh boy. So we might have to go with Stubiak's fix for retail compat, but add my fix as non-retail compat, as it should correct the behavior and make flares work properly. To make this retail compatible and work in a similar fashion to the retail version, we could just return on the first object that gets returned. It would need a bit of testing, and it only needs a small tweak. Setting the camera on a group does not reselect the group. Setting the camera on a group by double pressing a group hotkey will now reselect the group if it was deselected. Technically, either one of the two commit fixes the issue. Setting -1 on global deselect, essentially replicating the existing behavior. Why does this have two commits? Perform selection false. Okay, it's not clear to me how this works. Centering the camera on a group by double pressing a group selection hotkey. Will now reselect the group if it was deselected. Okay, so I think there is a problem here. So if there's someone in the group, center the camera on them. So this wants to select multiple drawables, right? Yeah, here. Then this is wrong because it only checks one drawable. It doesn't check all of them. This is technically incorrect because if every other thing in the squad selected squad. And I think this name is a bit misleading. It's not selected squad, it's just a squad. It's technically incorrect because if every other thing in the squad is not selected, then it's not selected, but this one is, then perform selection will be false. Yeah, there's a loophole here. I mean, it's probably in practice not a problem, but technically it's not correct. Yeah, it's shady. Also, I wonder why they use num objects -1 and not just 0. Why does it have to be the last one? That's very untypical. Select. I think this implementation is technically correct. The only upset with this is that it needs to do this allocation. It needs to do these allocations. Then populate this list on every idle worker button click, button press. I did have a try at trying to build the idle worker data structures. I did have a try at building the idle worker data structures to have container separation already organized, but this is very tricky to do because of containers inside containers. And least error prone. Worker inside Humvee, inside Chinook. Idle worker at idle worker. And that's a great level of complexity to this. I think this would be good to move into a new function. Then the comments. I think this can go into a new function to simplify this code. This will be better. To a new function is a good name. Like something like build unique idle workers. Std vector objects. maybe idle workers. Can make it static. Idle workers. Expect this to be obsoleted if the new logic above works correctly. Say at least this approach to curb performance impacts. Say to improve performance a bit, use std vector and reserve idle workers dot size. Yeah, there's still stuff to do here on this change. I mean, I guess for starters, I think this is the safest approach. It's the least error prone. It's not great, but on the other hand, like this is only something that is executed when pressing the button, so it's not the end of the world. It would be nice if we could like lay it out properly in the data structure to begin with and have it super cheap, but I guess this is fine. Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, but this needs another look. This can be improved here. This, I think, is technically incorrect because this doesn't respect the higher up container. So this is wrong. Same here, this is wrong. And because this is wrong, this here is needed, but this one is not needed for this logic here. So it's kind of redundant. This can be cleaned up. This can be improved here. Yeah. Okay, I think that's enough for the reviews for now. Yeah. Okay, let me get back to main. Okay, so we want to confine the cursor. Cursor. Maybe we just make do we have a cursor class already? Cursor info. Where does this exist? Mouse. Mouse. Maybe we just add this class to mouse. Yeah. Capture, release capture. Capture the mouse. Okay. Okay, so confine cursor, we have this here. Capture. So let's say we put this in here. We also call it get client rect, which gives us a application HWND and a rect. Rect. Let me take a point. Upper left. Point bottom right. ul.x equals rect dot left ul.y rect dot top. Maybe just go left top, bottom right. Left top, right bottom. Right bottom. And then we do rects. Oh boy. Get client rects. So that should work. Maybe. There we go. Clip cursor. Null. Okay. Okay, so that is implemented. Okay. Good. Capture. Get client rechts. Tada, tada, tada. Okay, clip cursor. Okay. Then let's go back to our confined cursor. Then here we call the mouse, right? The mouse. Common, include common mouse. No, where's the mouse? Mouse, mouse. Game client mouse. Include game client mouse. Game client mouse. .h. Mouse confine. No? The mouse. What's the problem? Capture. Capture. The mouse. Release capture. Okay. Free cursor. Lock cursor, internal free cursor. Now, this actually also means we call this here. We don't need that. We just call this directly. How about that? Release capture, release capture. That's it. And lock cursor. We have here multiple times. Okay, that means we can actually delete this stuff here. And this stuff. Curious why this is private. Ah, because it's static, right. Okay, so here we have an update function. Okay, let's go through the logic. So we have a lock cursor function. Lock cursor, free cursor, release. Yeah. Capture cursor, release. Lock. Okay, how about we call this cursor confinement? Or cursor capture. Cursor capture. No. Cursor capture. Okay, and then here we say capture. Capture. Release. And here recapture. Then here we do release temporarily. Okay, so the way we would use it is we capture and release on normal events. When is this called? Recapture. It's not called here. Why is this check necessary here? Is that even necessary? Can't we just say, here we just call release temporarily, so if it is locked, then release capture. And then if the window is active again, then we do recapture. Yeah. Is captured. I think we don't need this boolean here. Let me comment this out. Yeah, so I think here we just need to, we would just need to call release temporarily. And here we don't need to call recapture. Okay, I think what we can do is we can move this guy, this class, to mouse here, and we move it here, cursor capture, where we remove the update function. Then here we take these guys. And then we move that into a mouse CPP. Yeah. Right before this guy here. Is captured. Recapture. Release. Release capture. Okay, so far so good. And then we go to cursor confinement. We take this here and we go to WinMain here, and the mouse limits. Set mouse limits. Okay, so here we call we call the wrong things here. Let me comment this bullshit here. So reCAPTCHA. I have no idea why we call set mouse limits here. Cursor confinements. What was the name? Oh, I forgot. Cursor capture. Jesus. Cursor capture. reCAPTCHA. reCAPTCHA. reCAPTCHA the cursor to game in now. I have the impression that we don't need this here, the mouse limits thingy. Yeah. Let's remove that. Cursor capture, reCAPTCHA, and release temporarily. Free the cursor. Say temporarily. Free the cursor when losing focus. Losing window focus. recapture the cursor when returning from desktop. When window is becoming deactivated, we must release mouse cursor locks on our region, otherwise set the mouse limit region again, which should clip the cursor. It looks like they had this plan, but it never really worked. So let me remove that comment. Yeah. I don't know what's up with these mouse limits. I really don't understand what this is for. Let me look at this one more time. It's somehow how far you can move the mouse. I have no idea. I have no idea. Yeah. It's probably some legacy code which I'm working on previous version of before Windows XP. I could imagine. Yeah. Windows 95 or so. Okay. And now next. So that is the bare bones setup. I think we can already test this part by going ahead and setting is captured. We set it to true for status. Yeah. So we expect that now the cursor is captured. Let's see. Okay, so we do have compile error. Let's see what is wrong. Updates, right. Let's remove this garbage here. Let's try that again. Okay, let's see if things work. Do we have window? Debugging, window quick start, yes. Oh, crash. that was fast. Ah, the mouse. The mouse doesn't exist yet. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah. Okay. Oops. Ray capture. Um. If the mouse capture, if is captured and the mouse, and the mouse, and the mouse. Then we go to the constructor of the mouse. Actually, yeah. And let's add a function here. Static voids is captured. Term is captured. Then we go to the mouse. The mouse. Where's the constructor? Mouse. Mouse. Right. And then here we say we have an init function, right? Yeah, here. surprised that there's no shutdown function here. We have a reset, but no shutdown. So let's say we have a yeah. Cursor capture. Cursor capture. Release. Recapture. Does that make sense? Let's put a breakpoint here. Oh. Yeah. Looks quite a bit blue, doesn't it? Okay, let's see if we get any crashing now. Okay, so my cursor is here to the side. Yeah. And now we get here, recapture. And it's not captured. Oh, that went beautifully. Oh, actually it works. It is captured. Okay, was it inactive? Must have been inactive then. Okay, so the cursor is captured and Gen tool is turned off, right? Yeah. Okay. And so if I tap out, I can leave. Yeah, and if I click on the game, it's captured. Okay, what happens if I move the window title? How do we do that? There's some key to... How do we move it? Okay, I don't know how to how to move. How do we move the window? Oh boy. Shortcuts. to move window. Alt spacebar. M. Doesn't work. Win left arrow. I don't understand how we move this window. I can probably use window position here in Gentoo to test it. Aha, so that doesn't work. Okay, so when window moves, it doesn't update this. Yeah. Yeah. Which means we need to update it when the window is moving. Update. There's an event. Let's go to window WND proc. Win main. Here. There must be some event here for window move, right? Mouse move. Set cursor. Kill focus. Activate app. Activate. VM size. Oh, there is a mouse lost focus event. Huh. Maybe the cursor confinement should go in here. Yeah. Let me ask ChatGPT. let's go back here. Which Windows? Which Windows WM message can we use to react to window events, to window move events? WM move triggered when the window is moved. Okay. WM move. We don't use it. Triggered when the window is moved. Sent after the window has been moved. Good for simple reactions to the new position. WM moving. Triggered while the window is moved. Live updates. Okay, we don't need that. No. Window post changed. Window post changed. If you only care about the final position, yeah. Why is there a warning symbol? What is this? What is this? Size, position, or place? This parameter is not sent to a window whose size, position, or place. Size, position. Position. Okay, and more general than WM move, but that makes it better, no? I think that makes sense then. WM size. Maybe we can put it into move. Case WM move. And we have the WM size. So here we call recapture, cursor capture, recapture. And here as well, recapture. WM move, WM size. Okay, let's see if that works. Okay, so now it's correctly captured. Now what happens if we load a mission? Nothing happens. We exit. Nothing happens. If we exit the game. I'm curious why it doesn't call reset ever here. Mouse reset? Should that not be called? I'm curious why that is never called. Strange. Okay, so now let's move the window, window position, and that has updated. Yeah. Okay, let's put the cursor here. Yeah. Okay, so that works. Okay, now let's also try changing resolution. It's confined to the new resolution. Yeah, okay, that works. Okay, that's good. Then I think the next step is we need to test, or we need to I would like to understand what's up with the reset. Why is this not called? It's a subsystem, isn't it? Yeah, it's a subsystem. Let me see, a subsystem list. Subsystem. Here, the subsystem list. Here, reset all. Is that not called on shutdown? Oh. Shut down all. Delete. Okay, let me put a breakpoint in here and in here. Yeah. So if we load a level, it's not calling it. Okay, if we exit, it does call reset all, but it's not calling it for the mouse? Why not? File system, global data. Let me get it here, watch subsystems. Oof. Oof. Action matter, blah, blah, blah. Where's the mouse? no mouse. Why is the mouse not here? Let me see. New Win32 mouse. Where is this created? Let me put a breakpoint on in mouse. Let's put a breakpoint in the constructor. There we go. Let's see where it's created. Create mouse. Turn mouse. Init mouse. Create mouse. The mouse. Create the mouse. Looks like some systems don't register to the subsystem list. Right. Okay. I don't know what the rationale is there. Some systems do, others not. Okay, and so if we exit the game, it will call shutdown all. When we get to the mouse destructor. Mouse. That's already quite late, isn't it? Delete mouse. We should probably call the mouse reset here. That will work. Okay, now if we shut down, it should call in here, yeah. Which will then is captured true, release capture. Okay, that's clean. Okay. It's captured. It's captured. Okay. Good. So now this is a first step. So in principle, it seems to work. It also reacts to the various events. There's one more thing. Regarding WinMain. What is the difference? What is the difference between WM set focus and WM kill focus and WM activate? Great question. Of course, it's a great question. These messages are about keyboard focus. Keyboard focus. Whether your window or a control within it can receive keyboard input. Keyboard focus loses keyboard focus. Start and stop reading keyboard input. Clip the cursor or highlight controls only when the window has keyboard focus. Purpose: this message is about window activation, i.e. whether your window is the foreground active window. Sent when a window is activated or deactivated, comes to the front or loses foreground. More general than WM set focus. I don't understand. What's the difference? Pause, resume rendering animations or sound when the app gains, loses activation. Window activation. It's a foreground. Keyboard focus gained. Keyboard focus lost. Window is activated, deactivated. Okay. Then how about we move the cursor stuff into the focus? Yeah. Let me take this guy here. And we move him into kill focus. We already have it here. Lost focus. Right. Then I think what we can do is why is this a non-virtual function? What do we do on lost focus? Nothing. Set cursor. Stop messing with mouse cursor, or we don't have focus. Okay, how about we move this here? Call this virtual lost focus. We go to mouse. And we do behind set visibility. Set visibility visits. Yeah. Lost focus. So then we say here lost focus if, let's call this lost. Has lost focus. If has lost focus, then we call cursor capture release temporarily, else cursor capture recapture. We go here, we call this has lost focus. Then we go here below the set visibility function. call mouse lost focus. Has lost focus. And when we set this here, and remove this. I think this looks like Norway. Norway, and this looks, I could imagine that this is nearby Preikestolen, and there's this fjord. I forgot the name. Geranger Fjord or something like this. I can't remember. It looks like it would be near Preikestolen, this thing, I imagine. Yeah, it's very, very nice. Mm-hmm. Okay, so what now? Lost focus. Lost focus, lost focus. Okay, let me get back to insert it to mouse. Let me get this comment here. A bit of chaos here. Put the comment here. Then we go to main. Now we call the mouse lost focus true. Here we also call the mouse lost focus false. Okay, what do we do next? Yeah. How about we also add a regain focus here? Regain focus, lost focus, regain focus. Duplicate that. Then here you have lost focus, and then we have regain, recapture, regain focus. Okay. Then we go to Win32 mouse. Yeah. We do regain focus. Lost focus, false. Lost focus, true. Regain focus. Okay. Good. And then let me look at cursor. So windowed mode. Clip cursor when playing, observing. No clip when in menus pausing. No clip cursor when pausing. Yeah. I think what this means is we need to have I think we should do away with the with this class here, and we should build it directly into the mouse. Yeah, I think. Because capture, release capture. Yeah. I think it would be better instead of how about we add a new function here and we call it void and we say block capture void, and then here we say void unblock capture. Block capturing the mouse. Unblock capturing the mouse. +1 per call. -1 count per call. hate this bullshit here. Good. So block capture, we need some visible. And block capture counter. The mouse. Zero. Okay, so block capture, we say plus plus block capture counter. Unblock, we do minus minus if minus minus unblock capture counter is smaller or equals 0, then we do if plus plus is larger than 0, large is equal 1, is equal 0. It's equal 1. Then we do capture. And here we do release capture. And then what we can do is, instead of doing this shenanigans, we now call block capture. We can probably add a debug here. Debug assert crash. Larger equals 0. Counter is unpaired. and paired call. Unpaired call too. And we say here block capture, and here we say unblock capture. Then we add here another function. Void is captured. Const return block capture counter is 0. Somehow that doesn't work. I don't know why. Ah, int. Ah, bool. There we go. It's captured, yeah. Now we go back to WinMain. Then we can also say here, reCAPTCHA. reCAPTCHA. Can probably do we can add the void reCAPTCHA here. reCAPTCHA. Refresh the mouse capture. Then here we do reCAPTCHA. Capture. Let's go to WinMain. Then here we say if the mouse reCAPTCHA. We can remove that. And then here we do the same, reCAPTCHA. Okay. And then do we have any other calls to cursor capture? We do. Here. Then here we call reCAPTCHA. reCAPTCHA. Here we do a release capture. Then we remove all this again. And all this. Fatal error. Error. Error, cursor capture. Right. Okay, so we have is captured, reCAPTCHA, block capture, unblock. Block capture. I think so there is a problem here. If we would call reset function, then is captured would, so we call init and it captures the cursor because it starts with the counter is 0, but then we call reset, then it would release the capture, but is captured would still return true here at that point. Well, that's not quite right, is it? Maybe we should is captured. is captured. Block capture, unblock. Capture. Capture the mouse, release the mouse. Capture. Prevent and release mouse capture. Allow and capture the mouse. Okay, how do we do this? I think what we should do is start with counter 1, and then in the init function we unblock capture, and then on the reset function we block capture here. And then maybe we make these here, these functions protected. Then we go to insert to mouse. That's not inserted to mouse. Here. And then we take these guys and we also move them down here. Okay, and now this one should be accurate. Recapture, refresh the mouse capture. Do we still need that function then though? Yeah, we do. Okay, and now we should be able in the somewhere. I need water. Okay, so somewhere where we enter the menu or the game. Let me see, start new game. Start new game. Starting a new game. But this is also in shell map, right? Start new game. Game mode. Where do we end the game? Hold on. Start new game. Super hack. What? How do we end game? End game? No. Start new game. Do we have prepare new game? Prepare new game. Prepare new game. Game mode. Set game mode. What? What is this game mode? Why is this an integer? Ugh. Why is this not an enum? What is this? Why is this not an enum? What is this? Oh, Jesus Christ. Can we call it game mode? Maybe. Does this already exist? Nope. That's free. Then how about instead of integer, we make it a game mode? And then on prepare game or start game. So prepare new game. We need some sort of game logic. Oh man. We don't have anything like start game, end game. There's only start new game, right? Because probably start new game means we end the previous game. Let me see here. Prepare new game. Prepare new game. Let me put a breakpoint here. Oof, error. Set game mode. Game mode. Illegal reference to non-static member. What? Huh? What? Huh? Oh. It's a virtual function. Oh, what? Nah. Huh? I'm confused. What is wrong with this function? Set game mode. Game mode. Game mode. This is not a declaration, this is a definition. Oh, no, I see. I see. Here's a declaration. Okay. That's wild. Get game mode. Ends. One fails. Error. right click scroll mode, set scrolling, the mouse capture. How? Huh. That is wild. That is unexpected here. Set right click scroll mode. Capture. Release capture. What? What is this bullshit? Okay, let's remove that. There's more. Place build available. User has clicked on a build item that requires placement in the world. We will record that thing. We will record what that thing is so that we can catch the next click in the world and try to place the object there. Capture the mouse for our window. Window is lame and changes it if we don't. What? What? Capture the mouse for our window. Windows is lame and changes it if we don't. I have no clue. What? Place build available. What? What the fuck? I don't understand this. That's weird. Okay, we'll remove that. Error. Okay, prepare new game. Yeah. Game mode. Game mode. Integer. Game mode. Game mode. Clear game data. That is the equivalent to. Aha, okay. Clear game data. That is a shutdown. Yeah. Message new game. Okay, let's put a breakpoint and prepare game. We already have, okay. Good, let's launch it and see what happens. Okay, what is this garbage? Okay, we didn't start a new game because this is not a game. I see. Okay, so now if we go on solo, the cursor is not locked right now, which I'm not sure that was expected. Okay, now it calls in here and the game mode is skirmish. Yeah. Okay, and if we exit it, what happens then? Exit? Nothing. Oops, what is this? Jeez. Start your game. Clear game data. Is this guaranteed to be called? We can do it in set game mode. Oh. Yeah. In game modes. Yeah. We can say if the game mode is set to one of these two, yeah. Let me see where set game mode is called, from what places. Ah, it's called on prepare new game and clear game data. And in game state map. What is this? Xfil. Yeah. I would say we put it right in set game mode. Let me we take out this guy. Set game mode. That's all inline here for some reason. Okay, now I would say we do if mode isn't shell. What is this doing? Shell. It's in game, not game none. Oh, that's stupid, the way this is written. So we say if the mode is well, if not is in game, if is in game, we have to say it's kind of weird that shell is counted as a game. Ugh. Let's add a new function here. Static bool. Why is this so stupid? Static bool is in game is a menu. Return, and we pass game mode. Return mode. Return mode equals game none. War mode equals game shell. There we go. Then we say here if it's in menu mode, we should say if previously not is in menu, I need to put this at the end. If not is a menu and now is a menu, then unblock. Then if the mouse unblock capture, and if is in menu and game mode, let's say was in menu, bool was in menu. I find this is in game is so confusing. Let's add a comment here. Breakers, add to do. This is confusing. Shell counts as shell map counts as in-game. Improve this. Or we make it different. We make a is in match. Or we say bool how about we say it's an interactive game. Mode. And then we say it's not none and it's not game shell. This includes shell map. Shell game. Yeah, if I would have written this function, I wouldn't have included shell map into game. Because it's not really a game, it's because it's just a map playing in the background. You're not interacting with this map. So maybe we just call it is an interactive game. Is that fair? It's a bit long, isn't it? It's a playing game. It's a match. No, replay is not a match. Yeah, it's an interactive game. I think that's fine. Yeah. I'm gonna say in was interactive game. Game mode is interactive game. Okay. And then we say if not was interactive game, no, that doesn't make sense because we start with no game by default. That doesn't mean we had a game before, right? Um, well, it still makes sense and is an interactive game, unblock capture. Was interactive game and not is interactive game. If the mouse block capture. Okay, but the problem with this is the problem here is that if we load into shell map, then it will call. No, it won't. Oh, this might work. Yeah, this might work out of the box. So basically, we never enter here unless we leave the shell map, right? Or the menu with the image, right? So the first thing we should enter is this. If we load... no, the first thing we enter is this. If not was interactive game, so that's when we're in the menu, and now we load into an interactive game. So we unblock capture. Ah, but this means we need to block capture when we init the game. Yeah. It's kind of weird though that the logic interacts with the mouse, right? But it's not the first time. Yeah. Oh, we also have this here. Pause game input, yeah. Pause. We can probably say here if paused if the mouse if paused, then the mouse set block capture, else the mouse unblock capture. Okay, this should be that's simple enough, yeah. Okay, let's get back to this one. So if we change the game mode, we're in the menu. Okay, so we go from shell map to skirmish. From shell map to skirmish. So that means we enter here. And when we unblock the capture, but what if the capture already was 0 here? The blocking of the capture already 0, then here we would go negative now. Right? So that's not right. Yeah. So I think so I think on init we need to call by the way, can mouse really be 0? Check it here. Here we don't check it. Maybe we shouldn't check it. Then we don't check it. How about that? The mouse. Block capture. Unblock capture. Now remove this and this and this. Okay, maybe this works. I'm not sure. Let's see. Okay, so basically the deal is we want that when we are in the menu, it shouldn't lock the cursor. But as soon as we go into the game, it should lock the cursor into the window. And also if we pause, if we pause the game, it should also unlock the cursor, release the cursor. Yeah. Okay, so we should start with capture. No capture. We should start with no capture. Okay, we are not captured. Then let's start a skirmish match. And it's not captured. Okay, cool. So that already doesn't work. That's fantastic. Let's exit. Okay. Okay, so that doesn't work. So what's wrong? Yeah, I would say we need to go to the mouse. Mouse, CPP. Let's put a breakpoint here and here. Let's see how it's getting called. Uh-huh. Oof. We're at -2 already. Okay, let's start a new match. Let's see what's... -2 is not good news. Yeah, very bad news. Okay, so here we have mouse init, unblock capture. Block capture. Block capture, so game logic init will block the capture. That's fair. Capture. Fair enough. Then game logic reset is called and will unblock. And then it will be called again. Oh. Oh. Why is this called twice? It's called twice somehow. Okay. That means we need to protect ourselves from calling this multiple times here. me set game mode. Let me put a breakpoint here. It's never called. Resets. Do we have something like initialize or so? Initialized. Bool is initialized. Game logic. Ugh. Game logic. Game logic. We go to init. It's initialized. True. Let's put that in the end. Reset. If not is initialized, turn. Okay, let's try that. while we add this here. Let's initialize. Unblock capture. Okay, let's see what happens. Okay, so it's not blocked right now. Okay, was interactive game, is interactive game. Unblock. Unblock. Oh, and now we are -1. How did that happen again? Oh boy. Let me win main. Let's let's remove these two, which makes it easier to debug. I'll put a breakpoint here and here. Assuming that nothing is wrong with lost focus and regain focus, it could also be that these are wrong. In which case we need to look into that. Okay, so the cursor starts at 1, and on mouse in it we oh, I just realized there's a mistake here, isn't it? Unblock capture. It should be release capture should be here and capture should be here. Yeah. Great. Unblock capture. Yeah, okay, now it's corrected. Fantastic. Let's try that again. Good. So it's 1, and now we capture. Okay. Now we block capture on GameLogic init, and we release the capture. Now we unblock the capture in GameLogic reset. Yeah. And okay, that's unexpected. Let's look at it again. Okay, so init, GameLogic init. So block capture, release capture. Good. Now unblock capture on GameLogic reset. Why is it calling that? Why is it called GameLogic reset? Okay, mentioned init reset subsystems. Capture. Okay. And it's not captured. I don't understand. Huh? Okay, there's so much wrong right now. I don't know where to begin here. What is this bullshit? That makes no sense. Good. So, okay, so if we release a capture, clip cursor null, yes. Okay, and now unblock capture means we capture because we reached 0. But then why is it not captured then? Oh, the application window is null. Is that expected? Where's the set then? Is that wrong? This guy, where's the set? It's set here. So that should have passed already. Create window. Yeah, this one is already passed. So unused 0. Is it valid or not? I don't understand. It seems like there's something in there, but I don't know. You can't really look into this. It says unused 0. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Okay. How about we put a breakpoint here and just see if that's being assigned or not. It is. Okay, look at that. Okay, it's supposed to look like this. Okay, whatever. Okay, so we take this, we take that. Okay, and now capture, call stack. So GameLogic reset wants to capture. So we go in here, we get a rect, yeah. Looks about right. And we call clip cursor. Yeah. Let's put a breakpoint here. And here. Okay, why is the cursor not clipped then? There's a gen tool interfering with this. Let me let me disable gen tool. Maybe it's somehow interfering with that, because it does have logic. But my guess, it's not interfering. If the feature is turned off, it just shouldn't do anything. Yeah. Good. So. Doesn't work. Why is it not clipping? Huh? Okay, I'm confused about this. It clearly is calling clip cursor. Okay, that I do not understand right now. We're clearly calling, I mean, so we have two errors. It's not actually clipping the cursor, and this is also unexpected. That we call reset. Okay, I don't know where to begin here. Why the capture is not working? It worked before, and now suddenly it doesn't work anymore. Eh? Why? Return to mouse. Okay, so if we put a... Okay, let's start fresh. Yeah. Okay. So, clip cursor, it clips here. So now we should be clipped. Now we should be unclipped. Now we should be clipped again. Well, it does its thing. Yeah, it should be clipped, but it's not clipped. Why? Huh? Is there any other caller of clip cursor? No? No? Did we do any mistake in here? The rect looks good to me. We have a left top and a right bottom. Yeah. LTRB. Looks good to me. Left top, right bottom. 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 Yeah, I mean, coordinates look healthy. We call this function and it's not clipping. It worked before and now suddenly it doesn't work anymore. Why? Is the timing bad or? Reset. Unblock capture. What's the time? 4 hours. I really would like to solve this. Oh boy. Oh boy. I really don't see right now why this doesn't work. It makes no sense. It's calling clip cursor as the last thing and it's not clipping the cursor. Why? Why is this not working? It makes no sense. Nothing is calling this afterwards. It should just work, and it doesn't work. Why is this not working? It makes no sense. It makes no sense. Why is this not working? It's probably some super stupid reason. But I just don't see it right now. I don't see it. Hey, let me ask ChatGPT. I'm calling. I'm calling this, but it is not clipping the cursor into the rectangle. Why? It's not working and the cursor is not clipped. There are the most common causes. If you have a client rectangle converted, it is converted. Window must be foreground active. Oh. Windows does not allow background windows to clip the cursor. The window calling clip cursor must be the foreground. Get clip cursor. Aha. Let's do that. Get clip cursor. Okay, let's see if that works. Okay, here we assign this guy, and current is the same. Yeah. Okay, now we call this guy. Yeah. Then we call this again. And it looks also fine. Why is this not working? Get clip cursor, currents, returns a healthy, returns the expected rectangle, but it still does not work. It still does not work. Nothing calls clip cursor null. Your window is not foreground or focused. Windows will ignore it unless your app is foreground and actively owning input. Get foreground window. So maybe we must call it in WM activate then. Huh? It's probably because we commented this out here. No, we commented this out, the set focus stuff. Yeah. Maybe what we can do here is if the mouse, then the mouse refocus. Recapture. I expect that it works now. Yeah. Okay. Okay, but now the other error is that it is. Yeah. Let's go back to game logic. So we can't do this here with the constructor and destructor. It doesn't. I'll reset. Okay, because it is somehow in an uninitialized state. Game logic is an uninitialized state when in the lobby without the shell map. Okay, let's go to set game mode. Okay, how about we simply add a boolean in this class? Here, boolean is mouse capture blocked. Is mouse capture blocked? Yeah. Is mouse capture blocked? False. Let's say it's game mode. How about this shouldn't be a responsibility of game logic? How about we add a function here? We add a function here. Void mouse notify game mode changed. Okay, I'm gonna do game mode. Old. Previous game mode next. Okay, then we add here a new function. Okay, mouse notify game mode changed. And then here we add what we had in the game logic before. I remove this and this. I'm going to set game mode. Then here we just call set the mouse notify game mode changed. Then we pass here game mode and mode. we do game logic? Somehow that doesn't work. Is it private or what? No. Huh? Oh, the mouse doesn't know about game logic. Uh-huh. Okay, where does game logic exist? Game logic. Game logic, game logic. Okay. Game logic, game logic. There we go. Next, previous. Then here we add a new Boolean somewhere down here. Bool block. Game logic. Capture blocked by game logic. It would be nice if we don't need this Boolean. How can we do that? So I think we can simplify this to on game mode changed. Can we avoid this Boolean somehow? The problem is we don't want to call this without calling this, right? Maybe it's not a problem. I don't know. Let's try without first. Okay. Game mode, CPP. CPP 11 int. Got a mouse. Mouse. Let's put a breakpoint in here. Let's see what happens. Game logic. It's locked now. The mouse, lock, capture. Yeah. I think we need to go to the mouse. Mouse. We need to go to constructor, mouse, mouse. We need to increment this counter. Okay, so the cursor is not locked. Now let's start a game. Skirmish. Play game. Okay. Okay, on game mode change. Previous game none. Next skirmish. Was interactive game? False. Is interactive game? True. False, true. Unblock capture. Let's see what happens. Okay, capture. Okay, that looks good. Yeah, so we load into the game and the cursor is captured. Okay, that's cool. That works correctly now. And now we exit game and that should release that thing. True, false. True, false. True, false. Unblock capture, yeah. And crash. Oof. Oh wow, that's unexpected. Huh. Huh. Get next move target, look at that. Where does this come from? Huh. Okay. Oh, that looks different. Okay, how about we take a break here? Next session we check what is wrong here with this crash. That is really unexpected. Okay. Great. Good, well, we made some progress. I think we have the main building blocks in place to get the cursor lock up and running. There's still some more stuff to do. Yeah. But we're getting there. It should be possible to implement fairly well. Yeah. Good. Then I will take a break here. I wish you a great day or night. Until next time, goodbye.